Senate will come to order. Chaplain Dr. Black will lead the Senate in prayer.
Let us pray. Eternal God, we find consolation in the knowledge that our times are in your hands. As we gather in your presence, we thank you for your unfailing love, sustaining grace, and faithfulness. You have guided us through seasons of joy, sorrow, and victory. You have never forsaken us. Lord, grant wisdom to our lawmakers. May they trust you when the path ahead is unclear. Give them courage to stand firm when challenges arise, and faith to believe that you are working all things together for good. Strengthen their hearts, unite them with a passion for freedom, and make them instruments of your justice, love, and peace in our world. We pray in your glorious name. Amen.
Will you please join me in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Under the previous order, the Senate will be in a period of morning business, with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
President.
Senator from Iowa.
During the mid to late 1990s, President Clinton and a Republican Congress worked hard to do a bipartisan reform package. It required work requirements for people who were on welfare. It was a great success. It reduced welfare population by about 40%. And a lot of people were saying having to go to work ended up being one of the best things in their life, changed their life. So having a job gives people purpose and dignity. You guessed it, it's central to having a happy life. Now, more recently, along the lines of what we did in the 1990s, in the Working Families Tax Cut Law, signed by the President last July 4th, Congress established further common sense work requirements for able-bodied adults receiving Medicaid. Federal law already requires able-bodied adults to work if they're on food stamps and receiving temporary assistance for needy families, cash assistance. As required in last year's tax bill, last week, following up on that statutory requirement, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, CMS for short, released regulations for these work requirements before their implementation January 1st next year. Now, the public has a chance to comment on the interim final rule through the end of July. So before the end of July, any citizen in the United States, well, I mean, you don't even have to be a citizen, just have to take advantage of giving your views on this interim rule. So let CMS know your view. That's everybody and anybody. As the law requires, the Medicaid work requirements only apply to able-bodied adults ages 19 to 64. To fulfill the requirements, a person has a lot of alternatives. Getting a job for at least 20 hours a week, going to school at least 20 hours a week, or volunteering at least 20 hours a week, or receive job trainings for at least 20 hours a week. So there's lots of flexibilities that ought to meet the needs of people who want to keep their Medicaid advantage. In other words, if you're capable, you can't just sit at home watching television. Now, there got to be some exceptions to this work requirement, so I'll discuss those at this point. The elderly, people with disabilities, medically frail, pregnant women, and children are all exempt from the work requirements. That makes sense. It's a reasonable thing to do. If people aren't able to work, they still required to have Medicaid. They are exempted. There's other exemptions. If you're an able-bodied adult, but you're a caregiver or a parent with kids under 14 years of age, you're exempt from the work requirements. Also, if you've been hospitalized or need to get mental health treatment, you're exempted. There are other reasonable hardship exemptions for communities impacted by natural disaster or that have high unemployment rates. Now, if that sounds like there's so many exemptions that nobody will have to meet the 20-hour work requirement, there will be just many, many people that will have to work, go to school, or take care of volunteer work if you're going to get Medicaid. And it's a reasonable requirement. The federal government and many states are taking a data-first approach when implementing these work requirements. The government, by using data and information to verify eligibility and exemptions before requiring the individual to prove they're compliant or exempted. The added benefit is this: for those people that have to work, go to school, work for a nonprofit, or have a real job, these work requirements can lead to improved health outcomes and a reduction of poverty. The interim final rule takes note of research that finds, quote, obtaining and maintaining stable employment is associated with improved physical and mental health outcomes and greater overall well-being, while unemployment and unstable work are linked to poor health outcomes, end of quote. In other words, working is good for your health. New evidence also shows the work requirement will lift 1 6/10 to 2 9/10 million people out of poverty. And that's exactly what we found as a result of the 1990 welfare reform bills that were passed by a Republican Congress when we had a Democrat president. In other words, very bipartisan. Common sense Medicaid work requirements for able-bodied adults take the same approach as welfare reform did in the 1990s, and I'm repeating that because it was an important move that had very positive outcome effects. So moving people from welfare to work and self-sufficiency was our goal in the 1990s, and it's a goal that was established in the tax bill of last year in regard to Medicaid. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, in 4 days, authorization for our nation's most critical intelligence gathering tool will expire. Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act allows the U.S. government to target the digital information of foreign actors located outside of the United States for specific national security purposes, such as counterterrorism, counterintelligence, and stopping the spread of weapons of mass destruction. Established in the wake of September 11th to address gaps in foreign intelligence collection, this program plays a vital role in foiling bad actors, including terrorists, cybercriminals, and drug and weapons traffickers. Our nation's policymakers, from the White House to the Pentagon to Congress, rely upon intelligence acquired from Section 702 on a near-daily basis. 24% of the National Security Agency's intelligence reports in 2025 contained Section 702 information. So did 62% of products in the CIA's daily World Intelligence Review, and 63% of articles in the President's daily brief. And it is to bring this down to the concrete, Mr. President, more than 90% of synthetic drug disruptions enabled by the CIA in 2025 relied on Section 702 information. Synthetic drug disruptions, that's operations targeting fentanyl and fentanyl analogs, poison intended for America's streets. The CIA reports that one raid alone, supported by Section 702, resulted in the seizure of more than 1 metric ton of fentanyl pills from a facility in Mexico. And drug disruption is just one activity supported by 702 information. Section 702 provided intelligence that helped prevent a terrorist attack at a Taylor Swift concert. It enabled law enforcement to warn potential U.S. victims of ransomware attacks planned by North Korea. It helped enable the successful mission against al-Qaeda's top leader, Ayman al-Zawahiri, in 2022. It's identified threats to U.S. troops and provided information key to pursuing the release of Americans held hostage abroad. And the list goes on. Suffice it to say that Section 702 plays a vital role in providing intelligence to protect our country. Now, Mr. President, we are considering multiple 702 reauthorizations. We've considered multiple 702 reauthorizations since the program's inception. And each time, there is a robust discussion of the program and its safeguards to ensure that civil liberties are protected in the collection of vital intelligence. 2 years ago, a bipartisan coalition of senators voted to reauthorize this program with 56 bipartisan reforms that have now been fully implemented by the Trump administration. The result is that 702 is the most overseen intelligence collection tool in the world. And over the past several weeks, both Senate Democrats and Republicans have been working on a Section 702 reauthorization in good faith. The bill, released by Chairman Cotton and Grassley last week, included additional bipartisan reforms over and above those included in the House-passed bill, and over and above the robust guardrails already in place to ensure that 702 operates within the law and with respect for civil liberties. And on Friday, Mr. President, I would have expected those Democrats who've been working with us to some of the provisions were included at West. Why? Because they disagree with a short-term personnel choice made by the President, his temporary appointment for acting director of national intelligence. Now, Mr. President, Democrats have every right to disagree with the President's choice for this position, no matter how short-term the appointment is likely to be. But I invite my Democrat colleagues to think about what they are doing here in holding this vital intelligence collection program hostage because they don't like the President's temporary DNI pick. I've talked at some length here today about the critical role that Section 702 plays on a near-daily basis in protecting Americans from a range of threats. And you don't have to take my word for it. The top Democrat on the Senate Intelligence Committee has also made it clear that he regards Section 702 as a key intelligence source. And yet he and a number of his colleagues are holding up reauthorization because they disagree with the president's, again, temporary DNI pick. Mr. President, without Democrat cooperation, in 4 days, the Section 702 program will go dark. America's enemies, however, will not go dark. They will continue working against the United States, whether that's conducting cyber attacks, planning terrorist activity, or trafficking fentanyl and other deadly drugs into our country. The only difference is that our intelligence agencies will have a greatly reduced capacity to discover these activities. Mr. President, I hope my Democrat colleagues will rethink their decision to hold the 702 program hostage before we all have cause to regret the consequences. Mr. President, I yield the floor and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsop Brooks.
Mr. President,
The Majority Whip,
when I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
without objection.
Mr. President, the Working Families Tax Cuts law has put more money in people's pockets and pocketbooks. It made a real difference when people filed their taxes this year. Refunds went up, taxes went down. Working families kept more of the money that they had earned. Over 60 million American families have benefited from at least one of the new tax cuts that the Republicans passed this past year. Over 1 million Americans benefited from no tax on car loan interest, average deduction $1,800. Over 7 million Americans benefited from no tax on tips, average deduction $7,000. 29 million Americans benefited from no tax on overtime, average deduction there $3,100. 35 million Americans benefited from the senior deduction on Social Security. Average deduction there, $7,500. And that's not all. 40 million American families benefited from the child tax credit. They were able to deduct $2,200 for each of their children. The Department of Treasury confirmed that about 97% of Americans received a tax cut this year. People who benefited the most were Americans earning less than $200,000 a year. Every single Democrat in this chamber, every single one of them voted against every one of these popular tax cuts. The Democrats, what did they vote for? They voted for raising taxes by $4 trillion. Would have been the largest tax increase in American history. That's what the Democrats stand for. Higher taxes, less money in people's pockets, more money in the coffers of the government. Now, this is the fundamental difference between Republicans and Democrats. Democrats want to raise your taxes. Republicans want you to keep more of your hard-earned money. Some of the biggest benefits of the Working Family Tax Cuts law are still ahead. Now, I know many families worry about the future, especially if they have children. They want their children to get ahead, not just get by. That's why we created Trump accounts as part of the Working Family Tax Cuts law. They're brand new, and they are investment accounts. And on July 4th, Trump accounts go live. Accounts for newborn children, children born this year, start with $1,000 already in the account. Children own the account. Parents or trusted guardians are the custodians. Accounts work like a traditional individual retirement account. They're built to kickstart the American dream for that next generation coming behind us. Beginning the 4th of July, every child's Trump account will be able to accept additional contributions on top of the $1,000 that they start with. And that can be up to $5,000 each year. Parents, family members, grandparents, churches, community groups, and even employers can contribute, and many are committed to do so. Announcements have already been made. Michael Dell, the CEO of Dell Technologies, he's pledged to contribute $6 billion to Trump accounts for all American children. In Wyoming, I'm grateful that the cryptocurrency exchange Kraken is committed to make a contribution to the Trump account for every child born in Wyoming this year. Other companies are talking about following suit around the country. Other businesses are following their lead. So are community groups. So are churches. So imagine this. Years from now, your son or daughter walks into the bank and they use their Trump account to put the down payment on their first home. Or your son or daughter starts that small business they've been dreaming about using the Trump account. Or they simply let the investment continue to grow until they retire. This is the future that Trump accounts are built to deliver for the American people. The best part is that these accounts are easy to set up, easy to track, easy to use. Signing up for a Trump account, it's free and it's simple. 6 million children have already been signed up for Trump accounts. Now, I've spoken with several people who've gone through the sign-up process. They say it took less than 5 minutes. Trump accounts put children's financial future where it should be, directly into the hands of the American people. They give that next generation something we all would like, a head start on the future that no one can take away. This is the essence of the Trump accounts. It is one of the important prospects for the future that we foresaw and put into the Working Families Tax Cuts law that every Democrat voted against. So independence for all these Americans begins on the 4th of July. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
The clerk will call a roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. President,
Democratic whip.
are we in a quorum call?
Yes.
I ask consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Thanks, Mr. President. I listened to my colleague from Wyoming, my friend, Senator Barrasso, talk about the benefits of the Trump policies when it comes to American families. I don't know the situation in his home state of Wyoming, but let me tell you the situation in most states of the Union, including my home state. American families are struggling. They don't believe the Trump policies is giving them any relief from what they face on a day-to-day basis. I wonder when the last time was that members of the Senate filled up a tank of gasoline in their home states and realized the dramatic increase in cost is working a real hardship, particularly on working families in lower to middle income jobs. They're struggling to get by paycheck to paycheck, and now they've got gasoline bills that they never anticipated. There's no end in sight. And to talk about relief for American families and ignore the cost of gasoline is really to ignore the obvious. The same thing is true when it comes to utility bills. In my state, utility bills are up 15% this year over last year. There are a lot of reasons for it, and they've been explained over and over on the floor. But the bottom line, there is no Trump policy addressing this issue, particularly no policy that really is moving us toward renewable and sustainable sources of energy for generations to come. How about the price of groceries? The tariff policies of this administration have led to a protest by farmers across the United States. These tariff policies hurt their ability to compete on the world market. That's why the president recently went to the Midwest in the hopes of salvaging his reputation with farmers in rural communities. For the senator from Wyoming to come to the floor and talk about the benefits to American families is to ignore the increased cost of groceries that people put up with every day. What the senator didn't mention as well is that the big, beautiful Trump budget bill also made some dramatic changes when it came to the cost of health care for American citizens. The idea of cutting $1 trillion out of the Medicaid program over the next several years is not only going to create a hardship on people with illness, but it's also going to create a hardship on providers. Already in my state, where many rural hospitals and inner city hospitals struggle to keep their doors open, the notion of these cutbacks in Medicaid mean not only fewer treatments for those who are sick and need medical care, but it also means when it comes to these hospitals and clinics that are really a life and death proposition, their survival is in doubt. Talk about the future for American families. The future starts with health care that is quality health care that you can afford. Do you recall when the Republicans in their big, beautiful budget bill decided that they were going to cut back the tax benefits for people to help pay for their health insurance premiums? How can that be of any lasting positive value for families across America? It creates a real hardship that they have to deal with. So I think coming to the floor and talking about tax policies in decades to come is interesting and worthy of note, but it certainly doesn't address the reality of what American families are facing in Illinois, Wyoming, and across the United States. That's the reality. Mr. President, on a separate note, Sunday marked 100 days since President Trump launched his war on Iraq. What was true at the beginning of the conflict is still true. There is no evidence that the president has a coherent plan to resolve this quagmire of his own making. On Sunday, the president assured the nation in an interview that he was, quote, very close to a deal. If that sounds like a familiar refrain, it is. President Trump has been saying some variation on that sentence every week since the war began over 100 days ago. Yet just hours after he made those comments, Iran and Israel traded a new wave of strikes, and the Houthis, an Iranian-backed militia, fired on Israel and threatened to further restrict shipping in the Middle East. While this latest exchange has ended, thank goodness, the larger regional instability remains. Global oil reserves continue to diminish by the hour. And in a cruel irony, it appears President Trump is inching toward a deal with Iran that is very similar to the Obama-Iran nuclear agreement, which Trump recklessly withdrew from during his first term in office. Ultimately, wars cannot be won through threat or bluster. We need a real plan that brings a real end to these hostilities and to Iran's threats in the region. I am pleased my Republican colleagues are finally starting to realize that reality. Last week, the House passed a resolution requiring the President receive congressional approval before taking any further military action against Iran, and last month the Senate advanced a similar measure. Where in the world did members of Congress in the House and Senate come up with the idea that the Congress has any authority to say anything about the declaration of war? Well, it might be the Constitution, which says in Article 1, Section 8, it is the authority and responsibility of Congress to declare war, a fact which this president has totally ignored when it comes to Iran. We cannot allow the president to wage a war without checks, oversight, and accountability. Congress must step up and exercise its responsibility. Mr. President, on a separate note, Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act is set to expire on Friday. This powerful intelligence tool allows for warrantless surveillance of private phone calls, text messages, and emails of hundreds of thousands of foreign nationals outside the United States. There is no authority in this law for surveillance, direct surveillance on American citizens. But Americans are being swept up in the efforts under 702 and have been for years. Section 702 can yield valuable foreign intelligence and even prevent terrorist attacks. It is valuable, and I don't question that it should continue. But it can and has been abused in the effort to spy on foreigners. Americans have become the victims. Those who oppose reforming FISA argue there is no time to address these abuses because our national security will be harmed if Section 702 is allowed to expire even for a day. That is not true. Existing law allows Section 702 collection to continue under an order from the FISA court for another year, even without congressional reauthorization. Congress can and must take the time to get this right. We must finally fix the fundamental, indefensible flaw at the heart of FISA, warrantless surveillance of American citizens. We should ask ourselves two questions. Who is being entrusted with this immense power? President Trump would like this authority to be overseen by unqualified MAGA loyalists. President Trump has named Bill Pulte Acting Director of National Intelligence. Bill Pulte is in charge of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mae, the housing projects of the federal government. He has no, underline no, background in intelligence. The Republican Senate leader came to the floor here and said, don't worry about it, he's just temporary. Temporary, in charge of the intelligence operations of 17 or 18 agencies, temporary approval of their actions by a man who has no background in intelligence. What are we saying to the men and women who have devoted their lives in defense of America to intelligence gathering? Some have risked their lives, some have given their lives in the process. To take Mr. Pulte, who runs the housing programs, and put him in charge makes no sense whatsoever, temporary or permanent. And let me add as well, Mr. Pulte isn't just a housing expert, he tends to be an expert as well on revenge politics under MAGA. He has followed the president's admonition to go after the president's enemies and done it over and over again. Now we're going to put him in charge of all the intelligence agencies of the United States. It makes no sense. Since being confirmed to lead the Federal Housing Finance Agency, Mr. Pulte has abused his position to push for criminal referrals against President Trump's perceived enemies, from New York Attorney General Letitia James to Fed Governor Lisa Cook. If Mr. Pulte becomes the acting director of national intelligence, he will have access to thousands of Americans' private text, phone calls, and emails. This housing expert is going to be playing with ammunition provided by the intelligence agency to keep America safe. Now it's going to be used for political purposes if we are not careful. And then there's the Federal Bureau of Investigation Director, Kash Patel, a special case for sure. His agency is one of the biggest users of information acquired through Section 702. The New York Times this morning had a lengthy article on the lengths Patel has gone to with the FBI to get even with the president's critics. In addition to overseeing the purge of nonpartisan career agents at the Bureau itself, Mr. Patel has also gutted internal FBI oversight of FISA by eliminating the office in charge of auditing complaints with Section 702 regulations. Another official with an instrumental role in Section 02 surveillance is Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche. Mr. Blanche was President Trump's personal defense attorney, and he has warped the Department of Justice into a personal sword and shield for President Trump. The inability of Pulte, Patel, and Blanche to serve the American people rather than the personal and political interests of President Trump highlights why Congress must reform Section 702. The second question Congress must ask is whether Section 702 authorities safeguard the privacy of Americans under any administration, not just the current one. Our nation's founders understood the government can't be trusted to police itself against the overreach into citizens' private lives. That's why the Constitution sets up the system of checks and balances. One of the most important checks is the Fourth Amendment, which requires the government to get a warrant from a judge before searching Americans' homes or private communications. Section 702 should not be a backdoor around this constitutional limitation. That's why Senator Lee, a Republican from Utah, and I have a bipartisan proposal to require the government to obtain a judicial warrant before searching American communications collected under Section 702. Our legislation would also close the so-called data broker loophole, which allows the government to purchase Americans' personal information from third-party data brokers, data that would require a warrant if sought in any other way. I urge my colleagues to ask if the current administration can be entrusted with the power of Section 702, and whether every future administration can be trusted without adequate safeguards. It is clear that the answer to both questions is no. Congress must enact common sense guardrails that uphold the Constitution, protecting the American people from abuse by this administration or any future administration. The Republican leader came to the floor earlier today to talk about the security of the United States. I agree with him. It is a paramount task, but also adherence to our Constitution, which each and every one of us swore to uphold and defend, is part of that process. And the notion that we can put a temporary person in charge of 17 or 18 intelligence agencies across the globe dedicated to keeping us safe 24/7 because he's loyal to the president's politics ain't enough. You ought to be qualified before you take on a job of that magnitude. Mr. Pulte is not qualified. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator, Mississippi.
Mr. President, I rise to call attention to a serious barrier in our healthcare system, one that hinders too many Americans from accessing the medications and the treatments that they need. Across the country, patients and providers alike are increasingly frustrated by prior authorization requirements imposed by insurance companies. Too often, these requirements override the medical judgment of doctors who know their patients best. I have had oncologists, cardiologists, psychiatrists, and many other medical professionals visit my office to share their ongoing concerns and how prior authorization are disrupting care. They are trained experts, yet their decisions are being second-guessed by insurers. The result is deeply concerning. Many patients are denied or delayed access to the medications and services that their physicians have prescribed because they know those treatments are effective based on their many years of medical education and clinical experience. And the delays are not minor. Patients are often forced to wait days, weeks, or even months for critical care, which in many cases will still be denied in the end. There are simply too many unnecessary hurdles standing between a patient, doctor, and the care that they need. I am a proud co-sponsor of the Safe Step Act, which would allow patients to access appropriate treatments more quickly by bypassing dangerous or ineffective fail-first prior authorization requirements. I have also co-sponsored the Improving Seniors Timely Access to Care Act, which would modernize and streamline prior authorization for Medicare Advantage patients. This timely access legislation would deliver real-time decisions for routinely approved treatments, increase transparency around CMS approvals and denials, and replace outdated paper-based systems with electronic prior authorization. These are practical, bipartisan solutions. In fact, 68 senators have already joined me in support of this effort. Despite this, the issue persists. We must act with urgency. Every day we delay is another day patients are left wanting for care, waiting for care that they need and deserve. I urge my colleagues and the administration to prioritize these issues and move swiftly to address it. Every day we delay is another day that insurance companies will continue making decisions on behalf of medical professionals, which they have no business doing whatsoever. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the floor. Do you need mine? Yes. Just start that out.
Mr. President.
Senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm here to talk about the costs of war. The United States is at war at this moment. I'm here to talk about the costs of war that should include the costs of caring for our veterans, because they are the ones who fight our wars and keep our nation strong and free. We are failing to pay the costs of war for more than 50,000 combat-injured veterans. These veterans were forced to medically retire, or they're undergoing medical separation because of combat-related injuries. And now they are receiving a dollar-for-dollar reduction in their military retirement pay from their VA disability benefits. That practice is wrong. It must be ended. It should have ended long ago. In fact, last year, when I introduced the Major Richard Starr Act, which now is co-sponsored by 80 members of this body, obviously both sides of the aisle. And the Major Richard Starr Act is named for Richard Starr. Unfortunately, he has passed away, but his brother David is with us today. And I thank him, his family, the veteran service organizations that have been tireless in their advocacy for the Major Richard Starr Act, in being the voice and face of advocating for our veterans. The Major Richard Starr Act is our legislation to fix this injustice and finally deliver combat-injured veterans their full military benefits. Our bill has rightfully received large swaths of bipartisan support, not only the 80 co-sponsors in the Senate, but 334 in the House. And there is a bipartisan discharge petition signed now by 203 members of Congress. Not only has this measure received bipartisan support from the United States Congress, but in a hearing where I questioned him, the Secretary of Defense joined in supporting us and said very simply, we support the Major Richard Starr Act. We support the Major Richard Starr Act without an offset, because the Major Richard Starr Act has no offset. Now, he referred to the Major Richard Starr Act, not to any offset, but the 80 co-sponsors are supporting a bill without any offset. There should be none. There is no reason that we should correct this injustice by taking benefits away from other veterans, which is one of the proposals that has been made, that veterans who suffer from sleep apnea or tinnitus should be forced to sacrifice their benefits. And despite all this overwhelming support, the House leadership and the Senate leadership has blocked my attempts to advance this legislation twice. I'm here for a third time, and blocked also have been my request for a simple vote on the bill. Why? Opponents have claimed that our nation cannot afford this bill and demand that we offset it by cutting benefits from other disabled veterans. And they are acquiescing in spending billions of dollars a day on the president's war of choice in the Middle East. Right now, the Armed Services Committee, literally, later today, will begin marking up a $1.5 trillion request from the White House $1.5 trillion, not even including the reconciliation amount that probably brings the total closer to $2 trillion. My point is, if we can afford $2 trillion for the Department of Defense, we can afford doing the right thing for combat-injured veterans at a total cost of probably $8 to $10 billion over 10 years. So the yearly cost would be approximately what this nation's spending per day on the Iran war in the conservative estimates, and probably lowballing, of this administration. There are other excuses advanced by leadership. They've said veterans are, quote unquote, double dipping. Our veterans community knows better. We all know better. They're entitled to both disability benefits and retirement pay. The fact is, we're not talking about a new benefit. We're talking about these combat-injured veterans receiving existing benefits to which they are entitled. They've earned them. It's not an act of generosity or charity that we would correct this injustice. And the simple result and easy outcome here should be for us to approve this measure today. Let me just say finally, veterans deserve action. This measure is long overdue. No more excuses, no more meaningless rhetoric or continued cowardice. Let's have a vote. If you won't approve it today, give us a vote. Let us express the will of the vast majority of veterans, the vast majority of the American people, pass the Richard Starr Act. I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Armed Services be discharged and the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of S-1032. I further ask that the Blumenthal substitute amendment at the desk be considered and agreed to. The bill as amended be considered, read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Mr. President,
Senator Pataki.
reserving the right to object, there are 40 trillion reasons why new spending should be offset by cuts elsewhere. We are approaching $40 trillion in debt. The interest is $1 trillion a year. Interest rates are rising. Likely the biggest threat to our country is our national debt. No one disputes that our veterans deserve to receive the benefits they earned through years of service to our nation, but we should offset it. There's waste in abundance throughout our budget. There is no reason why we shouldn't cut waste to pay for this. What I've proposed is a simple amendment to this legislation that would basically get rid of money that hasn't been spent over the last 10 years in welfare for refugees. They keep allocating a couple $2 billion more every year. The fund now has $26 billion in it. Refugees shouldn't be getting welfare. You should be coming to our country for the American dream. This is not the American dream to come here for welfare. We should not have welfare for refugees or anybody, legal or illegal, coming into this country. In fact, it's the law of the land that if you come here legally, you're not eligible for welfare for 5 years unless you're a refugee. And then we say, oh, well, they can be on welfare, and many of them continue on welfare. In the Somali population, well over 80% of the Somalis are on welfare 10 years after they get here. So what I'm proposing is, if we want to do this, if we think this is fair to add the disability spending to the retirement spending and not have any kind of canceling out, pay for it. Why don't we end this refugee program? That's all I'm asking. If you want to help and provide more money for soldiers who are retired or disabled, do that, but pay for it by not giving money to refugees. So it's easy. We should do it. But when people say around here, oh, we don't need to do this, and this is too important to offset with a cut, That's why we're $40 trillion in the hole. Interest rates over $1 trillion. That's paying at about 2.5% on average. The latest Treasury sales of 30-year bonds was 5.2%. If we roll over the debt and pay all of it at 5%, then we're talking about $2 trillion in debt payments each year. So yes, we have to be responsible. Money doesn't grow on trees. We can't simply say, well, this is for a good cause, therefore we're just going to explode the debt. I mean, Admiral Mike Mullen was the chief of the Joint Chiefs, he was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and he said that the biggest threat to our nation was not from without, but it was from within. It's from the debt we're accumulating. So just saying something is a good cause is not enough. We have to pay for it. There is waste up and down and all throughout our budget. And for goodness sakes, we should use this as an opportunity to say, we have this and it's a good thing, and we can go ahead and do this, but we'll do it by getting rid of bad spending. You know, we still have nearly $1 billion that we're doling out to Afghanistan. We wasted trillions of dollars on that war. We were there for 20 years, we've gone, and there is an allegation that money from that reconstruction fund goes to NGOs, and that still winds up in the hands of the Taliban to this day. There's all kinds of money throughout government. There's said to be $180 billion worth of improper payments in government. Should we let people keep writing checks to people who are ripping off the system? Did you not see what happened in Minnesota? $9 billion is being stolen. They set up a daycare and nobody really comes. So they set up a center for autism. They had a Learing Center. They left out the N, L-E-A-R-I-N-G, and they were taking your money. Why shouldn't we just cut that out? Why shouldn't we quit doing that? Why shouldn't we save money if there is something better to be done with the money? But just spending money, no matter how good the cause, is not what we should do. I object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President.
Senator from Connecticut.
Mr. President, reserving the right to object, I understand that my colleague from Kentucky is offering an amendment, or perhaps not. In any event, if there is no request to modify, I just want to say that there should be no need to modify. There should be no need for any offset. The cost of war should include the cost of caring for our veterans. But if there is going to be an offset, and I share my colleagues' concern about the national debt, it ought to be from that $1.5 trillion that has been requested by the administration for the Department of Defense, when in fact the Secretary of Defense or Secretary of War has said he supports it. It is a DoD program or Department of War program. The offset should come from the DoD. It should not come from veterans. It should not come from another government program. We can spin a wheel or we can throw darts and say, that's where the money should come from. But logically, as a matter of principle, and as a matter of what's right, it should come from the Department of Defense, which has more than adequate resources to do it. So I'm disappointed that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are blocking this unanimous consent, and I'm going to ask that at the very least, we have a vote on it. I think it is only right that this body be permitted to vote, and we've been asking for a vote for more than a year. And so I ask unanimous consent that at a time to be determined by the majority leader in consultation with the Democratic leader, but no later than August 7th, 2026, the Committee on Armed Services be discharged and the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of S1032. Further, that there be up to 2 hours for debate on the bill equally divided between the two leaders or their designees, and that upon the use or yielding back of that time, the Blumenthal substitute amendment at the desk be considered and agreed to, the bill as amended be considered, read a third time, and the Senate vote on passage of the bill as amended with 60 affirmative votes be required for passage, all without further intervening action or debate, and no amendments or motions in order to the bill prior to the vote on passage.
Is there an objection?
Mr. President,
Senator from Kentucky.
reserving the right to object, when we are told that we need to spend billions of dollars on a new program, and yet we're unwilling to cut any spending from anywhere else, we should say, well, aren't there some areas that we could all agree with? So there's an agency called the National Science Foundation. They have about $8.6 billion budget. About $8.5 billion is spent on crazy stuff. William Proxmire first started talking about the National Science Foundation in the 1970s when he would give a Golden Fleece Award. One of his first awards was for a project. It was $50,000. This was a while ago. It was only $50,000, but they were going to study what makes people happy. Anybody think that's a good use of your money? What makes people happy? Why do people fall in love? Another 50 grand. Now that might be a fun or interesting article in Cosmopolitan, but when we have a $40 trillion debt, maybe we should cut some of their money. One of my favorite studies was this. They wanted to determine whether tequila or gin made people more feisty, more cantankerous, more likely to commit violence. And so they got codfish and they guzzled, they poured the tequila down the mouth of a codfish and then the gin, and I'll bet you we could just poll the audience, tequila, of course. But that's kind of crap your money's going to, and if we're not willing to cut any of that, even for a good cause, why are we here? Why does it get worse every year? Because nobody cuts. The National Science Foundation, we doubled their budget a couple of years ago. Not more than 2 or 3 years ago, there was a study, it was about $1 million, and they wanted to know, are Japanese quail more sexually promiscuous when they're on cocaine? Probably poll the audience on that one. Another one of my favorites is, this was $750,000, and they wanted to know, what did Neil Armstrong say when he landed on the moon? So if you ever remember this from when we were 50 some odd years ago, the crackly sort of audio and the black and white video, and he says, one small step for man. Or did he say one small step for a man? So they spent $750 grand to study and listen to the old tape of Neil Armstrong to see, did he say one small step for man or one small step for a man? To make matters worse, to make it even more insulting, this was $750,000 that had been designated for autism research. And instead of going to autism research, it was secondarily contracted out to study what Neil Armstrong had to say. $2 million was spent studying whether or not you go to the cafeteria and the person in front of you sneezes on the food, are you more or less likely to take the food that somebody just sneezed on? This is crazy, it's insulting, and it's ridiculous. Why shouldn't we cut some of that waste and use it for this new veterans program? And this isn't a veterans program where there isn't money. There is money being spent. This is to allow more money for a veterans program. This isn't to supply money to people who aren't getting any money. But I'm for doing it. We're a rich country, we can do it, but we should cut spending from where we're wasting it. And there are plenty of alternatives. If the senator has another alternative where he'd like to cut spending, I'm your guy. I'm for cutting spending across the board. There's a waste everywhere. But rather than come forward with programs that are feel-good and that have sympathetic people you want to help, come forward with these programs and say, but I am conservative, I worry about the debt, I worry about the $1 trillion in interest, and this is how we're paid for them. Until that day, I will object.
The objection is heard. The senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. We can agree or disagree with what my colleague from Kentucky has just said. It's entertaining, but it is deeply irrelevant to what I have asked to be done here. I'm asking for a vote. The speech that he made could be made when we have time to vote, when this measure is put on the floor and we have a chance to express the will of this body. That's all I am asking. We have 80 members of the United States Senate co-sponsoring this bill. The Secretary of Defense has endorsed it. Veterans service organizations are unanimously in favor of it. The United States Congress pays for plenty of programs without demanding an offset. I'm simply asking that a program for disabled veterans be treated in the same way. Contrary to what my colleague says, this is not a VA program. It is not a veterans program. This is a Department of Defense program. Retirement pay, disability benefits. Secretary Hegseth supports this bill without an offset. But if Republicans insist on treating the Major Richard Starr Act differently, then at the very least, the money to pay for the wounds of war that are occurring right now, at least 400 members of the military have been injured in some way so far in the Iran war, should come from the Department of Defense. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was doing a little bit of work this past weekend when I was in Tennessee and talking with Tennesseans about what is important to them. They're very hopeful that we're going to get the price of gas and groceries down. During the Biden years, that 9% inflation and elevated inflation rates every year really hurt the pocketbook. And we all want these prices to come down, and indeed we are working on making certain that life is more affordable. Right now we've got a lot of people that are struggling to make ends meet. So we hear a good bit about that at home. Another thing we hear about is public safety. People want to feel safe and secure in their homes, in their communities, in their states. They want to know that their children, as they're out and about and working, that they're going to be in a safe environment. So this past weekend, we had many people who mentioned the work we did last week with passing the Secure America Act. Now, the good thing about this, it puts the American people first. It is vital legislation because it will fund ICE and Border Patrol for the rest of President Trump's term, making certain that we're going to have the funds that are necessary for federal law enforcement to go track down criminals, to stop the flow of drugs and fentanyl into our country, and to enforce immigration laws. Those are things that wrapped into this bill, Mr. President, this helps make every single community safe. People want to make certain that people that are in the country illegally are deported. They want to make certain that criminal illegal aliens are picked up, that they're detained, that they're going to be prosecuted for their crimes. They want these illegal alien gangs to be apprehended and removed from their communities. So passing this bill last week
was a victory for the American people. This is something they voted for. Close the border. Make certain that the homeland is safe. And they liked the fact that the Senate passed this legislation. One thing that came up regularly as I talked to Tennesseans this weekend was, why did every Democrat vote against this? Not one voted aye. Not one. And I would remind them that we saw this as must-pass legislation because for 76 days, the Democrats had thrown the Department of Homeland Security into a shutdown. That was their way. That's kind of the 2026 version of defund the police, abolish ICE. So they've not been able to get their way. So they said, well, we'll just take away their money. Now, I think it's important to note, Mr. President, what they do when they act like this. Childish, yes. Ridiculous, absolutely. Disrespectful, of course. They should listen to themselves and how they sound, because the American people are listening and they don't like what they're hearing. What the Democrats did was to say, okay, we're going to put you in a shutdown because we want to abolish ICE. We want to defund law enforcement. So it doesn't matter to us that TSA, Secret Service, Homeland Security investigations, FEMA, all of these are going without pay. They're going without pay. So what we did by passing the Secure America Act is to really slam the door on these annex. And Republicans said to the Democrats, no, we're not going to let you get by with risking these hard-working Americans and many times putting their lives at risk. I think it's important to note, too, while they object to immigration law being enforced, every single immigration law that is on the books has been passed by Congress, and it has been signed by a president of the United States, some Democrats and some Republicans. Every single one. That's how they became the laws. But instead of standing with the rule of law, what the Democrats have done is to say, we're going to pick and choose. Some laws we like and some laws we don't like, so we're just going to ignore the laws that we don't like. And when I talk to Tennesseans, they cannot believe that the Democrats would put our national security at risk. But that is what they have done. You know, Mr. President, I've said many times, the Democrats have worked overtime during the Biden years trying to find ways to make illegal legal because they don't like the law. So then they try to find a workaround. And then we know that what they do, circumvent the law and try to make an illegal activity legal. Now, another area where we have seen this, pardon me, is in the election integrity issue. And we support fair, secure, open elections. That ought to be a bipartisan issue. We should all want that. We should all treasure one person, one vote. And election integrity should be something that's at the top of the list. Now, a part of this is making certain that we ensure that only citizens can vote. This is one of those things that's common sense, and you know what? It is the law. Only citizens can vote in U.S. elections. Now, what has happened is some states have allowed people that are illegally in the country or people that are legally here but they're on a visa or a work permit or a student visa or they're a legal permanent resident. They're not allowed to vote in our elections. But in some states, they have been voting. So there is a way that states can make certain that it's only a citizen that is voting. And that is to compare their voter rolls with the Department of Homeland Security's SAVE system, the SAVE database. This registry allows federal, state, and local government agencies to verify the immigration status of anybody in their jurisdiction. It is useful when determining whether an individual should be registered to vote. What we know is that 26 states check their voter rolls against the SAVE database. Now, it probably will not surprise you, but it's unfortunate, but the 26 states are overwhelmingly red. My state of Tennessee has led on this issue for years, and it is ranked #1 in this country for election integrity. Now, thanks to President Trump, the process is easier than ever for states to use this registry. Under his leadership, and probably is no surprise, under his leadership, our state and local governments can use this for free. They do not pay any kind of fee. They can go in here, put in the name, the last 4 digits of the Social Security number, not all 9, just the last 4, and they can see what pops up. The good thing is that the states who are doing this, and by the way, the states that are using it have submitted more than 46 million verification requests through the database. And they're getting results from this. Texas uses this system, and their Secretary of State identified more than 2,700 potential voters that were violating the system. They ought not to be on the rolls. Ohio discovered more than 1,000 potential non-citizens on its voter rolls. More than 160 of them have cast votes in elections going back to 2018. They're not citizens. They ought not to be voting in our elections. Now, for the states, the SAVE database is a common sense tool to ensure the integrity of their elections. Yet, we've got about half the states in this country, especially the blue ones, that are not taking this basic step to verification. When you look at California and New York, between those 2 states, they're estimated to be home to 3.5 million illegal aliens, and we can only imagine how many non-citizens are on their voter roll because they're taking zero steps to verify these rolls. New Jersey, another blue state, refuses to use the SAVE database. Just this week, we learned through public records requests that there have been hundreds of cases of non-citizens placed on the state's voter rolls in just the last few years. Many had no idea that they were registered to vote. Others voted in elections going as far back as the year 2000. You know, Mr. President, many times elections are decided by a few votes. Might be 5 or 6, might be a couple hundred. And when you look at the numbers, you look at what Texas found, you look at what Ohio found, you find out that in New Jersey, that you've got people that have been in the country illegally and have been voting since 2000. Congress should do everything possible to encourage the states to use the SAVE database to secure our elections. The American people do not want voter fraud. They want to have confidence in our elections. It is the foundation of our system of representative government. Now, this is why Senator Graham and I have introduced the Election Security Partnership Act. This legislation would provide increased grant funding to states that submit their voter registration list to DHS to identify ineligible voter registrations, including for non-citizens. It would also improve election administration technology and security. This is something everyone should do, but they're not doing it. So we're saying, all right, we'll incentivize you. If you're going to get grants that deal with your elective systems, then we will give you a plus up of 10%. If you will do the right thing and abide by the law, if you will verify that the people in your state are voting because they are a citizen, if you will guarantee the integrity of your voting system. But you know what? We've got states, they don't want to make it easier to vote and harder to cheat. They're looking for the way to cheat. They're looking to make illegal legal. They are looking for ways to circumvent the law. It's not fair. It's not right. Every member of Congress should support this legislation. Why would our colleagues on the other side of the aisle oppose election integrity measures? Why would they oppose states cleaning up their voter rolls? Why would they oppose being a citizen to register to vote, and then when you go to the poll, show an ID? Prove that you are who you are. Treasure that right to vote. It is foundational. We have been a free country for 250 years because we value protecting our freedom. We believe in robust, respectful, bipartisan debate, and we believe in standing with the rule of law. I think it's troubling that we have to ask our colleagues, why? Why? Why is it that they do not want to exercise election integrity? Mr. President, I have 6 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
I ask unanimous consent that the previously scheduled recess begin immediately.
Without objection. The Senate stands in recess until 2:15.
The Senate will come to order. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, the judiciary, Anthony W. Mativi of Kansas to be United States District Judge for the District of Kansas.
The question occurs on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Elsa Brooks, Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Brasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Bozeman, Britt, Capito, Collins, Cotton, Crapo, Curtis, Ernst, Grassley, Husted, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Sheehy, Scott of South Carolina, Thune, Young. Senators voting in the negative: Cortez Masto, Fetterman, Hirono, Kane, King, Murray, Reed, Schiff, Warnock, Warren, and Welch. Mr. Merkley, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Budd, Aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Miss Rosen, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, No. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Padilla, no. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff. No. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin. No. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty. Aye. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders. No. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson. Aye. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen. No. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner. No. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy. Aye. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey. No. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy. No. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego. No. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan. No. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith. No. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong. Aye. Mr. Cornyn, Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Moreno, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Schatz, no. Miss Lummis, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Miss Duckworth, no. Miss Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Kim? Mr. Kim? No. Ms. Cantwell? Ms. Cantwell? No. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 51, the nays are 46. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Mr. President.
The Democratic leader.
Mr. President, I'm sure I speak for everyone in the Senate and in the country when I say I'm relieved that the 2 American helicopter pilots shot down over the Strait of Hormuz earlier today have been safely rescued. The U.S. helicopter that went down over the strait is a stark reminder that every second Trump's disastrous war continues is another second that our troops remain in harm's way. Our service members are the best and the bravest in the world, and they deserve better than to risk their lives in a reckless, aimless war. The only sure way to protect our troops is to end this war as soon as possible, something Donald Trump is clearly incapable of doing. Senate Republicans need to step up, advance our war powers resolution to end the war, and bring our troops home. On Mr. Pulte, there's a reason the law requires the Director of National Intelligence to have, quote, extensive, unquote, national security experience. The role is essential to protecting the American people and has access to the most sensitive information imaginable. But Donald Trump's decision to appoint Bill Pulte as acting DNI would elevate someone with absolutely zero experience, zero, in national security. In Trump's eyes, the only qualification someone needs to serve in any post in this administration is absolute, unwavering loyalty to him and to him alone. At a time when our nation's at war, our troops are in danger, and massive security events like the World Cup and America's 250th anniversary are fast approaching, we need someone with extensive national security experience leading the intelligence community. We need a Director of National Intelligence who will speak truth to power, not cater to Trump's every wish. We need a Director of National Intelligence who is objective, not one who distorts the truth for political gain, as Pulte has repeatedly done. We need a Director of National Intelligence who actually has a national security background, not someone with zero experience. Now, on Mike Johnson's plan to cut Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid, it's amazing. Doesn't he ever learn? Yesterday, Mike Johnson revealed to a reporter that congressional Republicans have a plan to slash Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid if they stay in the majority. America, you hear that? His plan is to slash Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid if they stay in the majority. We found out this morning that thanks to the Republican massive tax giveaway to the wealthiest Americans, Social Security is in worse shape than ever, with insolvency coming faster and finances deteriorating worse than at any point in more than 30 years. And now Johnson just gave the game away. After making the largest cut to health care in American history and undermining Social Security, Republicans are coming back for second cuts. Republicans have had no problem adding $5 trillion to the debt to cut taxes for billionaires. But they suddenly get stingy when it comes to protecting Americans' health care and retirement benefits that affect the vast majority of whom are working people. Imagine telling the American people they can't retire or can't get their children the life-saving care they need because billionaires like Donald Trump aren't rich enough already. Well, that's what Speaker Johnson's saying, and it's disgusting. Johnson can try to backtrack, dodge, or distort what he said all he wants, but he's reminded Americans of the Republicans' true colors, and Americans don't like what they see. On the Blanche nomination, yesterday Trump officially nominated Todd Blanche to serve as his Attorney General permanently. Letting Donald Trump make his personal lawyer Attorney General makes as little sense as letting a defendant pick his prosecutor. Attorney General might appear on Blanche's business card, but we all know the job description would stay the same: Trump's fixer, bagman, hired gun. There are billboard lawyers I trust more as Attorney General than Todd Blanche. Blanche was the mastermind behind the $2 billion MAGA slush fund to funnel America's taxpayer dollars to Donald Trump and his MAGA cronies. Blanche has had the audacity to come before the Senate and claim he was dropping the slush fund. I'd say a promise from Blanche isn't worth the paper it's written on. But Blanche told the Senate, I'm not committing to putting anything in writing. Meanwhile, Trump continues to sing the praises of his blatantly corrupt slush fund for billionaires and violent criminals. Blanche has withheld 3 million pages of the Epstein files, lied to Congress under oath about meeting Epstein survivors, brought baseless charges against Trump's political enemies. But Senate Republicans seem more than happy to shake his hand as he picks the American people's pocket. Democrats are going to fight this confirmation with everything we have. And if Republicans have any respect for the rule of law, they'll do the same. I yield the floor.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsop-Rose.
Senator from Louisiana is recognized.
Mr. President, could you please vitiate the quorum call?
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent for Eva Friedlander, an intern in my office, to be granted floor privileges until June 10th, 2026.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I'm a physician. I used to work in a hospital for the working uninsured and the uninsured, the poorly insured. And so, as you might guess, I'm very sensitive to the idea, to the understanding, to the fact that healthcare is becoming more expensive, less obtainable to the American people. And last week, if I can put this up, I pointed out that the average American household has $10,000 in credit card debt. And these aren't people paying it off every month. These are people, Mr. President, like in the state of Tennessee or the state of Louisiana, who are carrying a balance. And over the last 5 years, to show that this is getting an increasing problem, the average, if I remember correctly, the average percent of someone's income going to credit card interest has risen from 1.9 to 3.2% of their income. They're not paying this off. They're carrying a balance, 22% interest sometimes, and they're paying more and more. And the way this factors into health care is that when someone has a multi-thousand-dollar deductible, even if they have insurance, they have a multi-thousand-dollar deductible, in order to pay for the out-of-pocket, they're putting it on their credit card. So much so that over 60% of personal bankruptcies relate in part to health care expenses, period. Credit card debt reflecting the overall debt burden, the overall problems with affordability in our society is huge. Now, Mr. President, we got an obligation. We in Congress, whatever our party, working with the president, we all have a mutual obligation to address this issue. And now I'd like to stress that it is not just for the patient, if you will, the family, the individual, the employee, you name how you want to put it, to address this, but it also is important for businesses. I had a town hall a couple months ago back home, or a round table, and there's a woman named Debbie in DeRidder, Louisiana, and owned a coffee shop. She has 50 employees. At 50 employees, she'll have to provide insurance. And so she's having a difficult time expanding her business because then she has to provide coverage to more employees, and she cannot afford to expand because of the money that she's putting towards her benefits. Now, we need business to be strong. We need businesses creating more jobs, paying better wages for the people of the United States. By the way, that's not a Republican or a Democrat or congressional or executive office. That is an American priority for our fellow Americans. So one thing that's kind of lost is the ability to hire new employees, or I should say more employees, and the ability to pay them more is getting swallowed up by the increased percent of compensation to an employee that's going to provide health insurance. To give a little bit more background, whenever a business owner makes a decision to hire an employee, the amount they set aside for that employee is the wage, the Social Security tax they pay upon those wages on behalf of the employee, and then their benefit package. The more that benefit package costs, the less they can pay the employee. And right now, we are seeing the cost of health insurance climb to the extent that businesses are not able to pay more wages because they're having to put more into paying for the health insurance. This is not new. This is getting worse. And we spoke earlier, to kind of feed back into the credit card debt. Businesses are compensating by buying the cheapest policy they can, still more expensive, but cheaper. But that cheaper policy has a deductible that is more and more. That cheaper policy may have a deductible of $5,000. The average family carrying a $10,000 credit card debt doesn't have $5,000 to pay expenses. And that brings us back to where we started. They don't have it in their money, they don't have it in their pocket, so they're putting it on their credit card, they're carrying the debt, and more of their income is going towards paying interest on rolled over credit card debt. By the way, big problem in my state of Louisiana. I think we're the state, we're number 3 in the nation in terms of families carrying credit card debt. And if I remember correctly, 11% of families nationwide are going delinquent on their credit card debt, which means they're not even paying the minimal balance required. This is an issue for Congress, whatever your party, for President Trump to engage with each other to accomplish this mission. Now, by the way, we need the president. And I personally will make an appeal to President Trump. Let's do something for the American people. You can say it's an election year. No, say it's not an election year. This is the year in which we've got to help the American people afford their household items. It's a huge issue. And the answer is, and President Trump's intuition on this is fantastic. During the debate over extending the enhanced premium tax credits on the exchanges, President Trump said, don't give the money to the insurance company, give the money to the family. Because if you give it to the insurance company takes 20% of it for profit and overhead. So, and by the way, the family is still left with a multi-thousand-dollar deductible. So President Trump's intuition on this is the correct intuition. We need to make it so that when the federal government is taking the money we're already using to subsidize the purchase of health insurance by employers and by the employee, that the money is going to the patient, not to the insurance company. Give the patient the power, not the profit to the insurance company. And so I emphasize the president's intuition is correct, because that opens the door for the president and for the Congress, no matter our party, to come together to address this issue. By the way, you could say that it's good politics. I would say good policy is good politics. And so it would be important for us to consider to do this. Now, I have, shall goodness, come up with a plan. I call it the MVP plan. MVP, money and value for the patients. How do we do this? So, again, taking the president's intuition, don't give the money to the insurance companies, give it to the patient. We advance the dollars to the patient in a health savings account that they can use to pay for that out-of-pocket expense. Under this plan, a family of 4 would get about $2,000. And by the way, there's a way to pay for this. This would not add to the nation's debt, because we already are subsidizing the purchase of health insurance by Americans. We just do it a little differently. And in this, you give $2,000 to the health savings account. Why is that important? 60% of American families will not spend more than $2,000 in a calendar year on out-of-pocket expenses for health care. And once you take care of that first $2K, they can take a higher deductible policy, which will lower the cost of the premium. Put together, this could save a family as much as $6,000 on health care on the cost of being insured. $6,000 a year, $500 a month. This could help that family carrying a $10,000 load right now, part of their credit card debt coming from the need to put health care expenses on the card. This would help the employer, because the employer could plausibly get a policy which is less expensive, which keeps more money in the employer's pocket, better able to either hire more people or pay more compensation. And it doesn't increase the nation's debt. We make it debt neutral. And it builds upon the president's insight. You don't give the money to the insurance company, you give it to the patient. And you add value. So we bring money in with value to the patient. In the Help Committee right now, the committee I am privileged to be the chairman of, we have a bill bipartisan. Roger Marshall from Kansas, John Hickenlooper from Colorado. Our committee staff is working hard with them on this to increase price transparency. Now, price transparency began with legislation and executive orders in the first Trump administration. I'm familiar with that. Part of it was the No Surprises Act, which I helped author. And that began the process of price transparency. Price transparency, just to be clear, we know what it means. Price transparency is knowing the price of something before you make the purchase, as opposed to making the price afterwards. I use the example in the No Surprises Act. We made it so that when you go in for a colonoscopy, they're obligated to tell you that if it's going to cost more than anticipated, they have to tell you what that additional cost is going to be. I chuckle because in the bad old days, you'd find out that you're obligated to pay the extra cost for a colonoscopy when you're waiting to go back for the colonoscopy and you've been prepped, and if you've ever had one, you know what that means, and you're sitting there with a thin sheet over you, and they're saying, by the way, if you want to walk out, you can, but otherwise we're going forward, just sign this sheet of paper. It was not a way to acquaint people with the price beforehand at a point in which they were prepared to walk away. Now, under the No Surprises Act, you have to be informed. We're going to increase that. Increase the power of price transparency so that the patient would know when she's going to go in how much it's going to cost beforehand as opposed to afterwards. We team this up. There's a lot of applications being developed right now by the private sector, taking the information we are creating to bring value to the patient. For example, I use the example of my daughter has an earache, and I need to bring my daughter to the hospital or to an urgent care center. You can take your phone, say, urgent care center near me. Which one has the lowest price? Is there any difference in quality? These apps will be able to give the patient, the mom, the dad, the information she or he needs right then as to which urgent care center is near them, is open, their cost for a routine visit or any other type of visit, and the quality of the care. When you walk out, you can say, pharmacies near me, which has the best price for Bactrim DS, I forget the dose, I'm a doc, I haven't prescribed it for so long, but say 250 milligrams twice a day. And they're going to send you to the pharmacy with the best price. Now, you're paying for this from the pre-funded money in the health savings account. So you're bringing money in the pocket of the patient coupled with value proposition, price transparency, and the apps being developed in the private sector for the patient. And the effect of this is to take power from the insurance company, power from the middlemen, and give it to the patients. Power to the patient, not profit to the insurer. Now, we can do this. We can do this. But it will take a commitment from Congress and from the President of the United States to do it. Now, first, we've got to care about it. We got to care that the families back home are paying, who are carrying a balance of $10,000 in the credit card. If we care about this, if the President of the United States cares about it, when I say we, I mean the Senate, I mean the House of Representatives, we can come together and fix it. Let's be constructive. Let's acknowledge that this is something that we have to do together. But first, we have to care about it together. And just to point out that it's doable, last year we prescribed, earlier this year, the President signed into law a PBM reform bill that Congress had negotiated last Congress but got signed into law this Congress. President Trump is attempting to do this through Trump RX. The MVP plan could work with Trump RX to give the patient the access to the better price. So, Mr. President, ultimately, we got to care. Ultimately, we have to make a decision as a Congress, as a government, to address the issue which is most pressing upon the American people, affordability. There's some things we can't touch. Housing, whatever solution we put in housing will not affect next year. The price of gasoline and groceries, we cannot affect that as long as the Iranians are holding the Strait of Hormuz. that'll be up for the president to come up with an end game that addresses that issue. But one thing that we can do collectively is to address the cost of being insured. And some of the things we do immediately when this happens will begin to decrease the amount of money a family puts in their personal budget out in the cost of health care. Mr. President, get engaged. All of us, with the president, get engaged. We'll be held accountable by those families if we don't, and by golly, we should be. With that, I yield the floor. I note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Senator from Rhode Island is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is the Senate presently in a quorum call?
We are, yes.
Then I ask unanimous consent that the pending quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I come to the Senate floor every year around this time to remark upon an event in our pathway towards revolution. As we close in on the semi-quincentennial celebration of our Day of Independence, July 4th, 1776, I want to take this chamber back 4 more years than that, to June 9th, 1772, when the first blow was struck of armed conflict between the American colonies and Great Britain's fleet. The story begins with the arrival on Narragansett Bay of Her Majesty's officer, Lieutenant William Duddingston, the captain of a revenue cutter named the Gaspee. Lieutenant Duddingston's task was to police the commerce going in and out of Narragansett Bay, and he went about his task with bumptious, arrogant zeal, which included arrogant exchanges of correspondence with the colonial governor and Chief Justice, and unnecessary harassment and interference with colonial shipping on Narragansett Bay. Before we get to June and the events that I'm going to describe, I'll take a quick sidebar to one of his first exploits in February. He'd only gotten there in January. By February, Captain Duddingston of the Gaspee seized a ship called the Fortune. And he seized its cargo, and he had the ship and the cargo transferred up to Boston, where His Majesty's government sold the cargo and sold the ship and transferred the funds to the exchequer of Great Britain. What they had not appreciated was that one of the owners of the Fortune was a Rhode Islander named Nathaniel Greene, who had not beforehand been much involved in the committees of correspondence and the spirit of rebellion. But the seizure of his vessel put him into what he called a spirit of resentment that changed the course of his life. And as students of history will know, he went on to become the chief operating officer of the Revolutionary War, the top lieutenant to George Washington, the guy who made
the supplies and the work, everything happen. And he was important in that role, but he constantly begged General Washington for a real command. And ultimately, General Washington relented, though it wounded him to lose the administrative capability of General Nathaniel Greene. And General Greene went down to run the Southern campaign of the Revolutionary War, whose motto, according to General Greene, was, "We fight, we get beat, we rise up, and we fight again." And sure enough, he did. He fought over and over and over again, never winning a battle, but definitively winning the war in one of the first real examples of guerrilla-type conflict that the world had seen. They were used to stage-matched armies in colorful regalia, standing at a reasonable distance from each other and firing at each other with muskets and with cannons. The entire campaign in the South was a guerrilla campaign in which they fought, they got beat, they got away, they rose up, and they fought again. And the result was that General Cornwallis, commanding the British Army, wrote to his wife, "That damn Greene is more dangerous than Washington." He was a very significant participant in the victory that America achieved and the independence that we asserted on the 4th of July, 1776. Doesn't get the credit he deserves because he spent so much of the war facilitating the work of General Washington, but historians know what a remarkable job he did running that Southern campaign. And you can trace that all the way back to Lieutenant William Duddingston and the Gaspee seizing his ship, the Fortune, and lighting up that spirit of resentment. So scroll forward to June 9th of 1772. Lieutenant Duddingston still helming the Gaspee still harassing Rhode Islanders. A June day on Narragansett Bay is a beautiful thing to behold, and in the sparkling light of that wonderful day, a little ship called the Hannah, bearing cargo, was sailing on its way up to Providence, which was one of the maritime centers of the colonies. And the Gaspee gave chase, seeking to arrest the Hannah and seize its cargo and send it off to Boston the way the Fortune had been sent. Only Captain Lindsay of the Hannah decided, to hell with that, I'm not going to surrender, I'm going to run for it. And he sailed away up Narragansett Bay with the Gaspee in chase. Along the Warwick shore, about halfway up Narragansett Bay, the Patuxent River comes into the bay. And as rivers do, it carries silt and dirt from the river washing through into the bay. And when the river slows down, when the water goes out into the larger bay, the silt and the sand fall to the bottom, and there's a little barrier along the bottom of the bay left by the river. Well, Captain Lindsay had sailed there quite a lot. And like any good captain, he had a pretty good idea of how deeply his vessel drew. And he sailed over the sandbar off of Namquid Point and continued on his merry way in the sparkling midday of June 9th, 1772. Behind him came the bigger, heavier, lumbering Gaspee, and it foundered and stuck on that sandbar. And the tide was falling. So the Gaspee was going no place until the tide fell all the way to low tide and came all the way back up to the tide level at which it foundered, and then raised further enough to lift the vessel off where it was stuck. When the Hannah got to Providence, her captain told the story of what had taken place, described to the worthies on the Providence shore that the Gaspee, this dread vessel that had caused so much nuisance and costs to Rhode Islanders, was stuck. And that night, Rhode Islanders rowed down from Providence to the Gaspee at night in longboats with muffled oars. And as they approached the stuck Gaspee, Abraham Whipple, who was the local sheriff and was in the party, yelled out that he was here to arrest the captain of the vessel and arrest the vessel. And Duddingston was not about to put up with that, so he called his crew up to the deck, called them to arms, and a battle ensued between the longboats surrounding the Gaspee and the Gaspee itself. As the Rhode Islanders swarmed onto the Gaspee, and among the gunshots was one that struck Captain Duddingston. So, injured, he surrendered his crew, and the Rhode Islanders captured. His rank was lieutenant, his position was captain, Captain Duddingston, Lieutenant Duddingston, and they took him ashore with the crew and turned them all over to be held prisoner and detained. And then they went back out onto the bay, out to the stricken and stranded Gaspee, and they set her alight. When a ship burns, particularly a ship of that era, whose rope is covered with tar, whose rigging is canvas, whose structure is wood, with so many parts that are varnished and oiled, the combustion is rapid. And as the Gaspee burned, the fire reached the Gaspee's powder magazine. And when the fire reached the powder magazine, the gunpowder did what gunpowder does, and it blew the Gaspee to smithereens. It's now about 4 a.m. on June 10th, 1772. More than 4 years would go by before the 4th of July Declaration of Independence. And interestingly, more than a year and a half would go by until another event that is much more prominent, even though much less brave and significant, took place. And that is the so-called Boston Tea Party. Now, I have nothing against my friends from Massachusetts, but they got drunk. They went on board a civilian ship. They seized bales of tea, and they pushed the tea bales into Boston Harbor. Well, bully for them. But well more than a year earlier, Rhode Islanders had seized a vessel of Her Majesty's Navy, had captured the crew, and had blown the damn boat up. And I think that deserves a little credit. So I come here every year. When I go home this weekend, we'll be marching in the Gaspee Days parade that goes by Namquid Point, now called Gaspee Point, where an annual celebration takes place. And I want to make sure that all of the pages who are here know that when they hear about the Boston Tea Party, they should know to scroll back 18 months to a bolder, more violent, and more remarkable engagement by Rhode Island. The aftermath was immediate. King George was furious. He demanded that everyone involved be hanged, and he sent commissioners to come and root out who the miscreants were who'd participated in the raid on the Gaspee. And here's what's interesting. There were probably 5 longboat loads of Rhode Islanders, enough to overwhelm the crew of the Gaspee. And enormous rewards were offered for people to cooperate and testify against their comrades. Against all that pressure from the king, against all that inducement of reward, in Rhode Island, no one squealed. The commissioners went home empty-handed, the nooses hung empty, and that was the second conclusion. The blowing up of the vessel was one thing. The solidarity of not yielding to testify against their fellow colonists was the other. And so, I will read my poem about this event with apologies to the ride of Paul Revere. Listen, my colleagues, and you shall see how Rhode Islanders blew up the dread Gaspee. Great Britain was fearsome. She ruled the sea. But Rhode Islanders burned with the fire to be free. So when George sent his frigate to tax our coast, and its arrogant captain was heard to boast that he'd soon have Rhode Island under his sway, well, a course was set for a fateful day. Narragansett Bay sparkled bright and blue, June 9th of 1772. The trading ship Hannah was making her way with cargo for Providence that fine day. King George's Gaspee pursued in chase, but the Hannah decided to give her a race. Away fled the Hannah with wind in her sails as the Gaspee's cannon fired from its rails. Evading the Gaspee's cannonballs, the Hannah sailed for the Namquid Shoals. Fast and light, Hannah crossed the shallow, but when the Gaspee attempted to follow, she ran aground on the Warwick shore in a falling tide and could move no more. That night, dark longboats with muffled oars came slipping quietly down the shore to rid our bay of the dread Gaspee and show old King George that Rhode Island would be free. The battle was fierce off Warwick Neck. When the gun smoke cleared from the Gaspee's deck, Rhode Islanders had her as their prize, and her crew bound up in chains and ties. When the crew was ashore, Patuxent's Rangers assured they'd present no further danger. Back to the bay in the dark of the night went the Gaspee raiders to set her alight. The fire spread through the raiders' prize till a blast filled the Narragansett Bay skies. The fire had reached the Gaspee's magazines, and her gunpowder blew her to smithereens. Away sped the raiders into the dark, leaving in the embers freedom's spark. I want their names, King George demanded, and ordered the raiders be apprehended. But his call for hangings came to naught. His nooses hung empty. No charge was brought, because never a traitorous tale was told. Rhode Island stood steady and silent and bold. The spark that was struck in the Gaspee raid lit a flame that still burns in our hearts today. And the lesson from then is a lesson now that every American still will avow. However majestic your powers be, heed our warning. Don't tread on me. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
The Robert Service of Rhode Island. Senator from Iowa is recognized.
Today, I come here to speak about one of my favorite topics, protecting patriotic people that we call whistleblowers, people whose goal is in government to make sure that laws are faithfully enforced and money spent according to the way it should be. And sometimes these whistleblowers pay a price for doing that, even losing their job and ruin themselves professionally. I've conducted long-standing oversight to ensure the federal government complies with whistleblower protection laws. And some of those laws I have gotten on the books. Unfortunately, elements of the federal government, whether Republican or Democrat, have made efforts to silence whistleblowers through illegal non-disclosure agreements. Let's not forget that in addition to federal statute, a fundamental precept of whistleblowing is the First Amendment, freedom of speech. That's why I spearheaded a very successful effort to get what's called anti-gag provisions enacted in the law. I worked a very long time to make anti-gag provisions law. The anti-gag provisions require all federal agency non-disclosure of policy, forms, and agreements to notify employees of their right to blow the whistle to Congress, to inspector generals, and to the Office of Special Counsel. The failure to comply with the law isn't only a chilling effect that discourages whistleblowers, it is also illegal. For decades, my oversight efforts have successfully led federal agencies bringing their unlawful non-disclosure and similar agreements into compliance. And I'll tell you this, it's amazing that after all these years, the federal government still has problems with compliance with my anti-gag legislation. That's why Congress must continue to do constant oversight. So this is what brings me to the floor today. On May 26 this year, the Office of Personnel Management, OPM for short, published a notice with requests for comment in the Federal Register. That notice announced that OPM created a draft non-disclosure agreement form for use by federal agencies for both new and existing employees. According to the Office of Personnel Management, this government-wide non-disclosure agreement is needed to protect confidential information from unauthorized disclosure. In other words, this new proposed regulation is supposed to stop what we call leaks in this town. Office of Personnel Management provided examples of recent leaks to the media about law enforcement and military operations that put the lives of our federal officers and military members at risk. It is truly unacceptable when the unauthorized disclosure of information puts the lives of law enforcement and military personnel at risk. Full stop. It's important to note the distinction between leaks and whistleblowers. Legally protected whistleblower disclosures are not leaks. Legally protected whistleblower disclosures aren't unauthorized disclosures. It can be a fact-specific analysis to determine which side of the line a disclosure falls on. But during that analysis, the benefit must be given to the patriotic whistleblower. Now turning to the text of the Office of Personnel Management draft disclosure form, it works this way. It contains an anti-gag provision, but doesn't include the full text as required by law. So, it should have the full text of the law I got passed. It fails also to include that disclosures to the Office of Special Counsel are allowed, and that is in the law as well. Further, the anti-gag provisions is at the very beginning of the form rather than at the end like other government non-disclosure agreements where people that are signing the agreement know what their rights are. As a general matter, I'm concerned about the use of non-disclosure agreements because they can chill whistleblowers even if that is not the intent of the non-disclosure agreement. I demand that the anti-gag provisions be put at the end where employers sign. At the end, we'll provide the employee with a mental assurance that they're not giving up their whistleblower rights. Again, the balance must always be on the benefit of the whistleblower, because we shouldn't be doing anything in this government to discourage honest whistleblowing. As I continue to analyze the draft rule this month, 2026, I wrote to the Office of Personnel Management Director, making clear that they need to immediately fix these preliminary issues. Have the non-disclosure at the just above the signature, mention the Office of Special Counsel, and also put the entire language of the legislation in the document. If the draft non-disclosure form is implemented, Congress, of course, should follow up with oversight to ensure that it is not used inappropriately. And this senator intends to do that oversight for sure. Now, on another matter, Mr. President, I want to address the recent threat to the Supreme Court made by Democratic members of the Congress. Last week, a major newspaper published a piece with a simple title, quote, "Democrats promise to wreck the Supreme Court," end of quote. Now, if you've been around this town a while, that is not hyperbole. It's a fact. Today, I want to tell the American people what's really going on, because what House Democrats are proposing to do to the Supreme Court is not reform. It's a power grab designed as institutional concern. So let's start with the facts. House Democratic leadership has called the Supreme Court a quote-unquote disgrace and said that if Democrats take back the Congress in the midterm elections this year, quote, everything is on the table, end of quote. Why? Because House Democrats don't like the way this court rules, and it's that plain and simple. And for those asking what House Democrats mean by quote unquote, everything is on the table, well, they've already told us. They're calling for 4 new justices to be added to the Supreme Court. In other words, they want to pack the court by adding new activist judges. In the case of the Supreme Court, justices who will rule the way that they want, not the way the Constitution demands. Court packing is not oversight. Court packing is not reform. That's a direct threat to what we ought to honor on the judicial branch of government. Packing would undo judicial independence that we expect out of our Supreme Court. House Democrats aren't alone either. Very recently, Democrats in Virginia recently threatened to pack their own state Supreme Court to circumvent a ruling that they didn't like. Another example is Kamala Harris, the Democratic Party 2024 presidential nominee, recently floated the idea of Democrats packing the Supreme Court as part of a, in her words, not bad idea brainstorm. House Democrats have said that 4 new justices are needed, expanding the court from 9 to 13 because the number of justices should match the number of federal appellate circuits. That might make sense if the Supreme Court hadn't operated with 9 justices since 1869. That's for over 150 years. And it also might make sense if we hadn't had 10 federal circuits since all the way back to 1929, obviously nearly 100 years ago. Additional circuits haven't been a reason to add justices for nearly a century, and it's not a reason for doing it today. The proposed rationale given by House Democrats then is a diversion. Their objective is very clear. They want to add new justices to the Supreme Court and appoint them under a Democrat president. So why would they want to do that? Because 4 new justices are the exact amount that they think they need to secure a liberal majority on the court. And what makes House Democrats' objective even more clear is their timing. Are they asking for these new justices to be added right now? Of course not. If they were added now, President Trump would be making those appointments. The fact that House Democrats aren't calling for new justices today tells you everything that you need to know about the motive of Democrats packing the Supreme Court. Now, I'd like to give House Democrats a history lesson. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt, a Democrat, attempted to pack the Supreme Court in 1937. That attempt failed, and it failed in a Democratic-controlled Congress, overwhelmingly Democrat-controlled in the 1930s. Yet, here we are, nearly a century later, and Democrats are back trying to pack the court again. House Democrats knew that court packing was a bad idea in 1937, and of course they seems to have forgotten that wisdom in 2026. The American people have the right to know the truth behind all of this. House Democrats aren't upset about judicial ethics or institutional integrity. They're upset because the Supreme Court is doing its job, and that job is applying the Constitution as written rather than applying the Constitution as House Democrats wish the Supreme Court, or wish that it was written. They want the Supreme Court that'll deliver the outcomes that they want, not the outcomes that the Constitution commands. And since House Democrats can't get their preferred outcomes through the democratic process here in the Congress of the United States, they want to rig the Supreme Court to ensure that they never lose. And that's not how our representative form of government works. When it comes to the House Democrats' lack of concern about actual judicial oversight, there's a real-world example that proves my point. Right now, there's a sitting federal judge embroiled in a genuine scandal. An official judicial investigation found that this judge carried on a years-long extramarital affair, which included intimate encounters in her judicial chamber during work hours and within earshot of her law clerks. When investigators, including the chief judge of the 11th Circuit, questioned her, she lied about it. And if that wasn't enough, the investigation also uncovered that the judge attended a partisan political event in the violation of judicial conduct efforts. What was the result of this investigation? Nothing but a private reprimand. In fact, a slap on the wrist. She still remains on the bench. This federal judge is an example of actual misconduct, documented, investigated, and confirmed by her own judicial colleagues. Now, all this outrage about the Supreme Court being packed, what about the outrage from Democrats about this incident I just described? I haven't heard any whatsoever. While House Democrats hold themselves out as caring about judicial oversight, they do it in hearings, they do it on floor speeches, and they do it in press releases. They're very silent when it comes to a real bona fide scandal right under their very noses. To House Democrats, judicial oversight looks like a one-way street. When they're unhappy with the Supreme Court rulings, they're willing to blow up the entire institution and rig the court to achieve their preferred outcomes. When a district judge conducts a year-long affair years-long affair in her chambers, lies to investigators, and violates the judicial canons, these Democrats don't say a single word. That's not judicial oversight. That's very simply politics. The Supreme Court is doing its job. It doesn't answer to the Republican Party or the Democrat Party. It answers to the Constitution. The American people know that, and the House Democrats should learn that. If House Democrats want to talk about judicial oversight, they should focus on a real scandal like the one happening right now in Georgia that I described. And they should do that instead of fabricating reasons to pack the court. I yield the floor.
President. Senator from Louisiana.
Mr. President, it is the best of times. It is the worst of times. It's the age of wisdom, but it's also the age of jackassery. Sometimes I don't recognize our world. I'll give you one example, at least from my perspective. President Xi in China, President Putin in Russia, and the Ayatollah in Iran have formed a partnership. It's not an equal partnership. The managing partner is President Xi. Unless you're the reason your parents drink, I think you can see that. It's just obvious. And their goal, President Xi and his two junior partners, are to have Russia dominate Eastern Europe, to have Iran dominate the Middle East, and to have China dominate the Indo-Pacific, and have the freedom to roam throughout sub-Saharan Africa and South America and the Arctic and space. Now, that's the game plan. That is not a world that is safe for America. I do not want America to be the world's policeman. But I don't want Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin and the Ayatollah in Iran to be either. We have to meet this challenge. To do that, we have to spend more money on defense. I wish we didn't, but we do. Now, there are only three ways to do that, as you know, Mr. President. Through our budget, the regular appropriation process, through what's called a supplemental bill, which deals just with defense spending, and through the process of reconciliation. Passing a supplemental bill is not going to work for reasons, same reasons that we're not going to be able to pass a budget about which we'll talk in a second. We have the option of reconciliation, but time is running out. And I hear all
Enjoy more of our videos on the Community Advocate Network channel, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you would like to advertise your service, special announcement, or event, you may contact us at the Community Advocate Network at gmail.com. For community resources and services, exclusive articles, and video content, join our private community on Patreon. Link is in the bio.